It's stream 209. I'm a little bit late today. 13 minutes. So I started getting set up at 9:50 and it's 10:14 now. That means I need 25 minutes to get started. Not 10 minutes. Got it. It takes me so long to get started. I have to get breakfast. I have to set up all of these windows. I'm slow. Anyway, I'm going to be working today on a dialogue editor panel, so I don't have to edit dialogues this way, which is going to be extremely tedious if I have to do it this way. So the goal for today is to get this kind of thing into this as a new panel. We're using lists sort of like this one. Well, maybe something like this would be more like it. So like a list of dialogues, and when you click one, it shows the details about a dialogue. Probably left-hand side states, right-hand side choices, something like that. Yeah. Or maybe left-hand side states and then choices below it, and then the right-hand side. I don't know. I'll have to play with the layout to see what I like. So yeah, this is my game. You can log into it now. This is the test environment. This is the production environment. And there's not much here. We're just building this up day by day. And last week I did dialogues. They look like kind of like this. So if I walk over here to Bob and I say, talk north, he'll say, move along, peasant. But I can ask him, what's your name? What's your job? Why are you a guard? What about these peasants? Are you a peasant? No. What are you then? I'm the GM. Why haven't you paid me yet? Goodbye. One thing I haven't yet figured out what to do is when there is game text and chat and other things like that during a dialogue, it's going to interleave, which is going to be confusing. One thought I had over the weekend was I need to work on the tabbed chat window anyway. We could have maybe one chat tab just for dialogues, and then maybe it switches to that temporarily while you're in a dialogue, and it switches back to another tab when you're, or the previous tab when we're done, something like that. Anyway, these dialogues are little state machines where each state is like what kind of stage you're in the conversation. And each stage you have multiple choices. Sometimes you can see the choices with visibility true and you hear the choices. Other times, no, you can't see them and you just have to know to say GM here. And every choice you make does a state transition and also performs a list of events. So for this guard, it was just all tell events. But here's another example of a dialogue where instead of talking to someone, it's that you walk across a certain bridge and has three events. It says something, and then it asks you to press any key to continue, and then it says something else. And yeah, all right now it's in JSON, but I want to make a nice editor for it. What else to talk about? I'm kind of getting overwhelmed about there's quite a number of things that are in need of polishing up or adding into the game mechanics, and I'm not sure exactly what to do first, to what point, to what degree of polishing. Also, I need to push this out into production. The production server is lagged a little bit behind. There's a sign here, and there's actually a dialogue attached to it, but no one can use the sign yet because I haven't pushed out the dialogue changes yet. All right. I guess the first order of business is I need a new panel, so it means I need a new panel icon. Let me pull up, sure, we'll pull up the golem. And what are we going to call the new one? Dialogues. Let's clear out the old sprite. Don't really have to draw over, but that way I don't have to memorize the 64 by 64 is the size of my panel icons. All right. Something simple. How about we do like a script looking thing? So let's pick white. Let's make a document-like thing. Let's do the line tool here. Make a little tablet or pad looking thing, and let's fill it with gray. G is the bucket paint. Okay. And then didn't I have like a I had like a painting tool. I really want a pencil with some lines in it. With the line tool, that's what's going on. I'm like, why is this not working? More Raimu art today. This is my version of Notepad. Okay. Actually, I remember if I do Alt and hold it down, it looks better. Do black. No, black. What are you doing? Oh, is that... What? Oh, I'm doing the wrong tool. No? B, pencil tool. How come it's... What color is this? Can I not pick black? Why do I not have black in the... That's funny. Thought of a curved paper. For some reason, there is no black. Okay, there's black. Don't know why black is not in there. Doop. It's probably not the color I want, actually. Color in between these, actually. Not so bright. Nope. Definitely not. Wait a minute, what is it? Oh, I see. I had to do that. Hold on. What? I can't pick a color? A bit like the VB script file format icon. Oh, a curled script. Yeah. And I need to practice on my art, such as it is. And I'm trying to... Why is this not letting me pick the color? There's some reason why I can't change the color of index 33. But change the existing one's color. Do I hit this? I have to add that button to the... User interfaces, man. There we go. That worked. Fine, we'll just do it that way. No. Oh, you know what? It's going to, yeah. Magic tool. Then paint. There we go. Maybe you have to add it, replace the color from the palette. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to pick that color, but I don't see a replace thing. There's this add. I don't know. What does this button do? I hesitate to press it. No. It did not do what I wanted. Is it because it's on? Oh, dude. I had to unlock it. Okay. Right. Okay, that's good enough. Enough artwork. Export that. Dialogs. Go ahead and push this upstream. Oh, I need a new shell. AWS S3 copy to. It's 2 slashes, right? All right, and then let's make the new panel. Trying not to rest my elbows on my armrest because that was causing problems last week. I think I want to put it next to. I'll put it up here somewhere. Right after the tiles one. That's where I'm going to put it. Okay. I need to actually make it, or else it's going to crash horribly. Which one to copy? This one's relatively small. I'll copy this one. All right. It's not exported right from the index, yes. Now it's exported. And here we go. It kind of looks like this, but I can revise this. This is supposed to look like a bunch of tiles, like the surface of the world, and that we're painting it. Maybe I make other tiles near it or something. I don't know. That's more like editing a script. Interesting. I didn't expect it to show that. Huh. This profile panel is only available to players, so I didn't. It's interesting that what it actually showed for the admin is a special. What is that showing? A default tile set, which is avatar.png or something like that. Anyway. Let's clear it out. Let's just clear the whole thing out and pull in what I need. Maybe it's something like 3D mountains. A good idea. Okay. This should say dialogues. Clear all of this out. Let's clear everything out. Start from a blank slate. All right. I think I kind of want it to be like this zone list in the character panel. Hey there, Prof Elements. Character panel has this zone list, right? We don't need that one. Right, so let's do dialogue. Actually, it's it's more like this ticket system where, or is it? Maybe on the dialogue editor. I think I do want to have a list of dialogues. And then when you pick one, it goes to another screen. Yeah. So it's going to be kind of like this ticket, the tickets list, the tickets panel, which like tickets panel, it does something as simple as that. If we have a selected dialogue, right? Okay, let's just do that. Selected dialogue. Dialogue. Let's call it game dialogue, just to disambiguate it. And that's let's put it in admin actually. Because that's what I do for zone, right? Oh, not zone. Something else that I select, like selected player for players. Yeah, admin, okay. Should I call this game dialogues? No, we'll keep it the way it is. All right, so let's add this to the reducer. Reducer, admin reducer. There we go. Oh, no, those two things have to exist. So, like tickets, yeah, right here. Copy that to game dialogues. I totally misspelled that. Dial goes. Ticket goes to game dialogue. Whoa, what happened there? What happened there? Okay. Copy, paste. Let's delete that. I want take it CSS copy paste. All right. Yeah, I do want to keep some of this stuff because I'm going to want to filter game dialogues by search. So all right. Panel, where are you? Here we are. Yeah, we're gonna need that in both of these, right? Game dialogue. Well, actually, no. We're in when this one. It's not. There's none is selected here. It's selected though. Let's clear out all the stuff for now. Oh, did I have buttons there? I can't even look at it. Actually, I can if I go here. I do have buttons there. Do I want that? I do want a back. All right, so I'll keep that. This is game dialogue. Actually, let's just search replace this part. Okay, so ticket dot is really selected. Well, let's just do dialog dot, and then we'll change this to dialog. There. Wowie, Ramy, how are you doing? Just leaving the wowie, the doggy here. Thank you. I need dialogue as a prop. Let's keep, yeah, I want on back also. On back is going to unselect it though. Is that what this does? Yeah, unselect dialogue or game dialogue. All right. Want to get some dev work done yourself? Okay. Good. Good luck with your work, Ramy. Thank you. No tooltips, right? Well, a lot of this stuff is different. Yeah, so this goes away. I don't need any of this stuff. Yeah, I don't need this. Oh, I wanted state buttons. Where are the state buttons? Okay, yeah. I think I want two buttons, like a back and a save. Yeah. Just let's just put the save in here. So it's pretty simple here, right? There's no conditionals. Oh, actually, this would have a conditional. It's if there are any changes have been made. I might also want to have like an undo history. I'll do that later. I just really want a placeholder for it now. All right, and then don't need the history rows. Okay, we'll just keep it like that. Empty div. Is that what I want to do? Because that's not in the actual dialog. I think I just want it to be dialog. That's the entity number. And then let's actually give that in the name dialog entity. And it doesn't need to have a number in front. It's just a entity number. And that's all I need for now. I don't need any of this stuff. I'm not going to need timestamps. Not going to need that. Or tooltip or effect, probably. I'll add it back if I need it. Okay, that's dialog. The placeholder for it. Now, dialogues. Let's change ticket. This should be game. Well, tickets. This game dialogues. I don't need this one. I probably don't need a max there. All right, so how am I going to filter them? I think filter is the string, right? So that's really all I need. Don't need to sort by or sort reverse or any of that stuff. Okay, they don't need don't need a current time. I don't need the timestamp stuff. I don't need this age threshold. This should be lowercase. And this is going to be a array. So I can do filter, and then ticket becomes a dialog. Let's just call this dialogues, actually. So get rid of that clause. And it's going to be a name. Don't have a type or a state or a description or any of this stuff. Oh. Do we want to have it filter by other stuff? No, we just had the names, so it's just going to be like that. And there's no sort by. So it's a lot simpler. We just return this. Okay. Search criteria is a prop? Oh, I put it into Redux for tickets, didn't I? I think I want to keep it in Redux also, yeah. So, dialogues, search criteria. Unselect dialog, yes. Unset dialog search criteria, and Yeah, there'll be a new button, right? So it'll be on new dialog. Also, there will be a delete. Yeah. Hey there, multiple pixels. How are you doing? New dialog? No, we don't need this one. No, use effect. I don't need the React effect hook. I don't need tooltips. Dialog search criteria is just a filter right now. So I can actually just do that. What's this set search pattern used for? Oh, well, that can be simplified. Yeah, we don't need that. More complicated than it needed to be. Oh, no problem, multiple pixels. I had extra VIP slots, so not a problem at all. This should just be dialogues. This is dialogue search criteria. I don't need to change sorting or a header, do I? Oh, wait a minute, no. Yeah, I'm not gonna sort by the headers. I don't need this. Change. Do I have a checkmark field? No. And we're not allowing fields to be changed at all. It's just selecting one or in filtering. Right. Okay, so key is by D, that's fine. And I don't need the class name. This is on select dialog. And this ought to be ID. And this is just name. It's just gonna be 2 columns, right? Plus some buttons. Where are the buttons? There are no buttons in the... There weren't any. Okay, which one had buttons? The zones did. Okay, so let me refer to that. That's in character panel. Zone list. Zone list rows, right? And then there's a new row. There you go. Compact with buttons in it. Yep. Right here. I don't need a go. And it's really just edit and delete, right? This is select is edit, really. I already had that on. Okay. I already have it, so if you click it, it does that. I won't use a click. I'll make it explicit. So this will go here and call that edit. And the other one will be delete. Oh, I guess I already had it remove. What's faster? I'm doing that and then doing that. And this should be dialog ID. Okay. Fix the looking there. Oh, I didn't do it everywhere. Okay. This should just be dialogues. Oh, right, that goes. Then the filter bar. How did that work here for tickets? Right, it went on the same line. Oh, right. All right, so same line. There's a filter bar. And so it's not search pattern, it's dialog search criteria. And this is on set right here. And this one. And none, this is gone. Right, then the shrinking container. This should be game dialogues. Selectable rows, they're not selectable though. So I don't need that. I can just simplify it. ID and name. And actually this can just be, these aren't, I'm not using the header function anymore. So it's just ID and name. And this had like actions in it or something, right? Yeah, actions. And then body had the rows, and then there's, I have to have a new, a row, for, a special row for adding a new one. Can't enter the ID. We would enter, and this can be using a React state actually. Yeah, let's make an input size. So dialog name input size. How about 40? New dialog name on change set new dialog name. Let's use React state for that. The state hook. Use state empty string. And then add button. Okay. This should just be dialog search criteria on select dialog and set dialog search criteria on, we don't need that. Okay, I'm missing some props. Okay, yeah, where's the new dialog? Oh, this should be in some kind of form. I'm missing the form. Missing the form. Aha. Why is the whole thing inside? Like, I guess that's just what I did. Okay, fine. We'll do it that way. So there's a submit. So it's on new dialog. New dialog name. Set new dialog name. And then the entire thing inside a form. The form took the place of the div, right? Shrinking container. Yeah, this one. On submit equals on submit. Okay. Has your opinion of JavaScript changed over the course of this project? Not really. I like it. It's gets me what I want. Okay, I'm missing these guys, some of these guys. Don't need those guns. These ones are new. So this is a name, right? New game dialog. Given the name. Select game dialog. Delete game dialog. Actually, this can just become a delete entity, but it also needs to remove it from the list. Okay, so we're just going to leave it like that. Delete game dialog, new game dialog, select game dialog. Set game dialog's search criteria. Okay, so those are all actions I don't have yet. Let the compiler tell me what I'm missing. Game dialog is not defined in dialogs panel. Oh, yeah, I gotta import them. So no actions needed. No class names needed. So import game dialog from game dialog. Unchanged field is missing. Then hit save. Nope. $66. Oh, I guess I must have deleted it. This little helper guy. Right there's fine. Okay. Oh. Okay. Got a crash. Two lowercase is not defined. Oh yeah. Okay. It needs to default to something. So this has to be defined somewhere in the session. Reducer. Session reducer? This should be admin. And this should not be capitalized either. Okay. Session reducer. Game dialogs. Empty array. And then the search criteria empty string. Still. All right. Undefined. Undefined? What? Oh, I put it in the wrong reducer. It should go here. Try again. Cool. All right. So this needs to be cleaned up a bit. I think that's because I don't have the right style applied there. This thing probably isn't set right in the CSS. Game dialog CS. Oh yeah, because it says tickets. Game dialogs. Cool. All right. To get it to list dialogues, I have to talk to the game and ask it for a list of dialogues with names. That's a new command. And then when I pick a dialogue, it's just getting the entity, because that's all it is in the real game. It's just an entity with a, well, it's a component of an entity. Listing the game dialogues, I don't have that yet, and I kind of want that. So how would it request it at this point? I guess we would request it whenever time we open up this panel. I'm trying to get away from having a new subscription for every new panel. Is what I did for this panel here was I had a new subscription. You can subscribe to zones, and it would whenever anything caused it to be created, it would just show up here. If I don't do that, then I need to either manually fetch, or when it selects the panel, I could actually have it requested at that point. Let me think about this. So playing activity, right? So set active panel does what? It dispatches set active panel. That just goes to a reducer right now. But I could have middleware catch that, and when we go to the dialogues panel, it would just fetch the current list of dialogues. I guess a downside of this would be if I had two admin connections and one already was looking at dialogues and the other one added a new dialogue, it wouldn't show up in the first one's list. So maybe I do need to have a subscription model. It's a pain in the butt, though. No, I'll just do it. Add to my pain. So the way that works is it's a side effect of in the admin middleware. This is subscribe to everything. So it's a subscribe to something new. Subscribe to dialogues, and then it'll come back as a new server message like dialogues or something. Where there's dialogue. Yeah, it would be dialogues. And then if they get added or removed, just like it with zones, right? They're just always zones, even when it's added or removed. But what if one's added? We would know that in the coordinator subs, right? It's not subs. It's ECS. It's here, actually. Announce zone, how does this work? Come on, IntelliSense. It's thinking, it's like the Cylon. Okay. Oh, it's remove zone. Oh, shoot. So I got, it's not going to be down here, it's going to be in here somewhere. Yeah, remove zone, add zone. I don't like that I did that. It should be like zone added, zone removed. And then update, yeah. Okay. Let's do the new style. So it would be dialogue added, dialogue essentially, right now it's just a rename is the only thing you can do. But I could add stuff in the future, so let's do a dialog updated. And then dialog removed. Okay. So we need these up here. Const. Add a cursor. There we go. All right. Just so I don't have to think so much, let me just copy from what I did for zones. Reflect dialogs. And then add zone. Reflect dialog added. Okay, I can guess these others, right? Like dialog updated, removed, right? Although I just need the ID for some of these. On zone, on remove zone, right? Huh. I don't interpret the message at all. Okay, fine. So this is the messages I need to add coming back from the server to the client. The list of dialogues. Oh, thanks for the resub, Rally Monkey. 8-month streak. Nice. Thank you for your support. So yeah, this is the list of dialogues when we subscribe, and then when anything is added, updated, or removed. Hey there, Spheres. How are you doing? And Rally Monkey, how have you been? Hopefully you're doing okay. Oops, I just bumped my mic. All right. Doing okay? All right. Today where I live, it's the June gloom. So it's not sunny, it's like overcast, even though it's June. Might be doing weird things with my camera too. I had to make the filter pretty aggressive. The edge of the chair here is like fading out of existence. Okay, I guess I am going to do the reducer end of this, right? Yep, let's do it. So let's copy from zones actually. I'm surprised I don't have it here. We're on zones. Who captures reflect zones? Okay, it was there. Oh, it's reflect. Okay, got it. All right. So reflect dialogues. SoCal weather has been so weird. Yeah. Zones. Oh, Spheres, you're in SoCal also? Nice. Hey there, Red Rampage Crumpet. Mr. Crumpet, how are you doing, sir? Reflect dialogues. And I decided to call this dialogues here, right? Not game dialogues. No, I did call it game dialogues. Let's also put that in there and here too. Let's put the word game in front of all these. Game. Game dialogues. This should just be dialogues. Map. What was I doing here? Oh, this was a, right. An array of objects. So we are going to pull out the ID and the name, right? Or just do the same thing I did for our zones. So it's dialog and name. 40,000. There, Anaheim, nice. Indie dev meetup in Irvine on Wednesday. I'll have to look that up. I'll have to look up details on that. I don't know if I can, but we'll see. Oh, this I allowed it. I allowed for zones to be renamed in place, didn't I? Yeah, and had an update. Do I want that? I really don't want that, actually. It's just too complicated because I'll have it has its own page for that. So yeah, we'll just keep it. Then it just becomes very simple, doesn't it? It's just that. Whoops. That happens when you misclick. That. And then carefully press the delete button. OC Indie Monthly on meetup.com, huh? Okay. I will check it out. I keep telling you guys, I overpaid Rally Monkey. He owes me 15,000 now. So come on, Rally Monkey, get with the program. Where's my money? I want it in Google Plane Cards. You know. Debits and credits mixed up. Yeah. Didn't receive any checks. It was a direct deposit. Game dialog added. Okay, so that would be like reflect zone added. Yep. Actually, let's take all of these, right? Clicky. Clicky. Let's do a little bit of search replace in here. And then just this much. This should be ID. Well, hold on. I gotta decide on this. What are we gonna get back from the server? And what did the game dialogues expect for dialogues here? Expected ID and name. Okay. It's inconsistent with what I did for zones, though. I can remap it, though, here. Like I did for reflect zones. Yeah. This was like dialogue and name is what I wanted to have. So this would be ID is the dialogue, and then there's the name. There we go. All right. So filter out, given a dialog with the dialog's ID, not equal to action dialog. Okay, and then added. And so this is .id. So if we already have it, then don't change anything. If we don't have it, then form a new one at the end, right? So this is ID is action dialog, name's action name. There we go. And then updated map ID and name, right? If ID is action dialog, then we're updating the name. The ID stays the same. Otherwise, what is this? Oh, just using the existing one. All right. Okay. I think that's almost all the front end work I can do for getting the initial list. Oh, I didn't do the select one though. Now we'll do it later. It also didn't do the new dialog. But yeah, I want this to show the list with Bob and also Bob. So I'm gonna work on the backend stuff to make that work. So right now it's probably going to the server, and the server's like, what? Yeah, unrecognized message, subscribe to dialogues. Okay, so let's add that. Test source coordinator tests subs. Yeah. Right, here's all the stuff about zones. I'll just copy and paste this stuff. Yep, admin subscribes to zones, add, remove, update, all that stuff. So this is subscribes to, let's just take the word zone everywhere. Well, it's, shoot. Sometimes it's capitalized and sometimes it's not. Do I have a key for dialogues? I do. There we go. Uh-oh, rally monkey. Take that cat into the vet. No, you don't hate the cat. Cat probably has a problem that needs to be addressed. When cats pee everywhere, it's usually they have like a urinary tract infection or they're stressed or something. Would you like a free cat? I think my cat wouldn't do well with any other cat. Have the cat checked out by a vet. Probably needs to be on a diet or needs something with stress. I've been to the vet several times. My goodness, I'm sorry about that. Stressed, huh? Is it the small human wandering around that's stressing the cat out? Subscribe to dialogues. Wait for messages. We should get a dialogues back. Dialogues. Name. No, that's dialogue. And then the name is Bob. All right. Add dialogue announced. Subscribe to dialogue. So I can actually just copy that to all the tests right now. Save myself some trouble. All right. And then while I'm at it, let me take this and move it around. Everywhere we have that. All right. Small human is certainly a component, I believe. She just also has a nervous disposition. So does my cat. So, and he did pee in different places. Actually, no, that was only because he had a urinary tract infection. He never had a problem with stress and peeing places, though. Anyway, yeah, it sucks. Sorry to hear that. All right, create entity dialog. Dialog name Bob. And then we have to actually do it. Do it. Execute order 66. Publish it, and then this should be I'm gonna make it say dialog added. That's gotta match what server messages expects. Dialog added. All right, and this is dialog name Bob. And then update. Modify component dialog entity. The delta is renaming it to also Bob. Should be dialog updated also Bob. This should be dialog. All right, subscribe, destroy entity. This should be dialogs removed. And then remove a dialog removed. Okay, unit test done. Is that the British spelling or the American spelling or both? With the UE. Oh, I didn't rename the tests. They still say zone. So I might be misspelling dialogue everywhere. Let's look for the word zone. Okay, I don't think there are any other misspellings. It's an accepted misspelling. Well, it's shorter. It's more efficient, right? Programmers like efficiency. 2 less letters. Hey there's playing with Skizzers. How are you doing? Screw changing it everywhere. Yeah. Although it wouldn't be too hard. I guess I would look for D or uppercase D, IALOG, without a UE after it and just put UE. So a regular expression could cure that. But yeah. These are internal messages between client and server. They don't show up anyway. So I could call it fairy godmothers instead of dialogues, and it would still work. We'll do some role reversals today. You lurk in Adams while you're actively chatting here. All right. I don't know if my stream is as interesting as Adams, but I'm doing sort of not gaming things right now. I'm doing more infrastructure stuff. Changing class names can be annoying. I guess it can be. Especially if, like, the name is spelled differently depending on the tool you're using. Okay, I expected all of those to fail. Okay, did they fail the correct way, though? Yeah. They're probably all going to be just like it didn't get a message or nothing was announced, yeah. Yep, okay. And then this one. Right, alright. So I'm going to totally cheat. I'm going to look for subscribe to zones and just copy. And make a copy of it called subscribe to dialogs and put it alphabetically in the right place. So right here. Dialogs. And then in the CPP, actually here, we can do it here quickly. Oh, this is doing a whole word. There we go. Unsubscribe to, right. Yeah, okay, got it. So unsubscribe to dialogues. Subscribe to... Yeah, the thing is, I wish it was case sensitive. If I highlight zones and hit Control D, it's going to change both of these, even though they don't match case sensitively. All right, let's add this to here. Subscribe to receive dialog change messages. All right, got it. The click, 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 and dialog. And this is dialog name. All right, so going through all components in the game of type dialog, we make a new thing with the name and the entity ID, add it to that message. That looks good to me. Yep, adding the dialog editor to the panel to the game. So here's the panel. There's a little Raimu art for it. The filter should work. I'm trying to have the server tell us to list right now, which is what this does. So this should pass one of the tests, right? This should pass the initial subscription test. First big link of the day. Takes a while. Hey there, Joe Mega. Raimu art, yeah, with a trademark, of course. Trademark is hard to copy, hard to type for most people, though, right? Run the test. Pass, yay. Pass on the first try. Okay, add. That happens on the ECS side, right? When it comes back here. Right. When a entity is created. Yeah, here we go. Exactly like this. So let's just add it to the end here. If the component is of type dialog, then announced dialog added. And so I'm going to copy from a zone added. In fact, I'm going to copy all three of these. Added, removed, and updated. New kind of subscription. Announce. I'm just going to do them all lowercase. Dialog, and then I'll uppercase the ones that need to be. This one, actually just these, right? Okay, and then CVV. Joe Mega says, made a big change to your Bootstrap compiler. Can interpret your intermediate language and not compile it down to machine code. That is a big change. So there's a trade-off, right? So slower at runtime, but less complicated, I guess. Yeah, I did get a haircut. You're the first one to notice, Joe Mega. I'll give you some points. 5 points for noticing my haircut. I'll tell Mrs. Raimu, who gave me the haircut, that you were the first to notice. Or you were at least the first to say something about it. On Windows, the WinCompose tool, yeah, Alt. Yeah, I do the Windows key dot, right? And then you can actually it was in the list there. There it is. Trademark. Trademark. I got it in my clipboard. Thanks, Raleigh Monkey. I will tell Mrs. Raimo you said so. You need one too? You gotta train Mrs. Raleigh Monkey to give you a haircut. Just let her know that men's haircuts, very, very easy. Not nearly as complicated as women's haircuts, right? You just say, you know, make every hair shorter. Gonna make the self-hosting compiler compile to machine code, but Bootstrap is just gonna interpret. It will be slower but easier to work on since your code isn't that clean. I agree with that. Make the code clean and easier to work on, and if it needs to be faster, you can optimize later, right? Sounds good to me. All right, here I'm copying this again, right? Copy and then paste them alphabetical order. Right. Well, this one's out of place actually. And these ones are all election related. Maybe I will just put it here and then go back to this header and move them a little bit. The election related stuff, let me put them together. Yeah, so we'll put it here. There. And then do the same thing where we're just changing the word zone to dialog. Makes me think I should have a template. Dialog updated. Dialog added. Dialog removed. Looks good to me. Okay, so back over here. Build it, and that should make one other test pass. Be web ready. Write the interpreter in JavaScript. Is that making it web ready? That would be convenient. You got to shoot yourself in the foot to learn that it hurts. Made a GitHub repo for your language. Oh, nice. Let's see if you did all the prerequisite things. Oh, this is an entire account that you made, right? Okay. Oh, it's an organization. It's an organization. Never mind. Yeah. Did I know that GitHub had organizations? I knew Bitbucket did. Maybe I knew. Or anyway, let's look at it. What's your license? MIT. Is that too free? Looks like you have all the prerequisite things, so good to go. You have a git ignore, though. Okay, I'll let that slide. These days, I start to think that a git ignore is a code smell, because especially if there's a lot of junk in there, it means you don't have clean separation between your source and your build environments. I only need to have it because of at the root level, because the build tree is under the source tree at the top level. But yeah, I'm not as radical as Apple would put the entire build tree in an entire different place on the hard drive. But anyway. They're all MJ files. Very sweet. Nice. Okay, cool. Because you're not building a separate... Yeah, I understand. I'm just, I don't know, teasing, I guess. All right. Add should work. Yay. This should still work. Good. This will not work because I haven't done that. Or this. So that's modify component is change, right? Yeah, so it's just one of these. If we see that the component is a dialog, then we announce that it updated. And then removed is similar. But since we can't look it up because it's post remove, we get a list from the executor. Announce dialog removed. Dialog removes I. Okay. Okay, so these will pass, I hope, and then I need to do the executor's part, which is the remove part. But that's still failing? Huh. Did I not do this right? Guess I didn't do it right. Huh. Dialogue. Okay. Let's see what's going on with this test. It did get that far. It's saying it's not receiving any message, though. So maybe it didn't get this far. Oh, yeah, subscribe to zones. That's the wrong constant. There we go. Good thing for unit tests, huh? They're passing all of the subscription tests now, hopefully. And then we can move on to the executor changes. All right. Executor. All right. Yeah, it's just like destroy zone. So we're going to copy that test. We're going to call it destroy dialog. So create a dialog named Bob, and then destroy it, and we should get a the entity in dialogs removed. There we go. Redux comment is wrong though. Which comment? In yours or in mine? Let me know if I missed something. Do you need to add some stuff to your interpreter, like something that actually acts as if it's a heap? Brain is also a bit slower today. 30.5 degrees Celsius. That's pretty warm. That slows your brain down? For me, it just makes me uncomfortable. Oh, in your code. Oh, the one I was looking at? You saw a bug in there? Okay. Does that mean I get a point for you? No. You noticed it, not me. If I had noticed it, then I would get a point, right? All right, so this isn't detecting it yet, so we have to go to the executor and add that. It would be on ECS destroy entity. Right, so it's the same kind of thing. If the entity that we're about to destroy has a dialog component, and if we haven't yet added an array for dialogs removed, add it, and then add the entity to it. There we go. Cool. So, let's try it out. Restart the server cluster. You have no point system though. Well, good thing you don't have to give me a point. So, I mean, you don't have to give me a point, so good thing you don't have a system, because if you did, you'd have to figure it out, right? Because I would want my point. All right. Stressful coding test last week. Learned today that you moved on to the interview stage. Oh, nice. Cool. Congrats. Something just crashed here? What? Reflect game dialogues is not a. Oh, did I not add the actions in the front end? Did I forget that step? Probably forgot that step, didn't I? Actions. Reflect. Yeah, I totally forgot it. So that's right here, right? Game dialogues, and then game dialogue added, updated, removed. Technically that goes there. Add, remove, update, right? Yeah, okay. Added, removed, updated. All right. Refresh that. I'm not seeing anything. Ooh, it's in a snapshot installation loop. Did it recover? I guess so. It's gonna have to, yeah. I think it's gonna have to deal with a bunch of these receive install snapshots though. Oh, and then it's yeah. Let's just stop that. Try again. It's so slow to handle the receipt of a snapshot that it's timing out. Yeah, it's hard to explain, but it only happens in the debug build. And if it gets into this cycle, I just resync the cluster manually. Yeah, the next round of performance improvement, I think, will be speeding up snapshot reading and writing. This won't win the election because it's behind. I'm surprised one of the other servers didn't time out, though. Oh, there they go. Wait a minute. None of them can be elected leader? They timed out all at the same time, which is weird. That shouldn't really happen ever. Because they should have picked different random numbers. Okay, I'm tired of waiting on this. Let's just fix it. Stage, so delete 10 game journal. Basically delete all the game journals. And then copy one of just pick one of them to be the authority, and just copy its snapshot overwrite the other two, and then restart. And then they're all in sync. Hey there. How do you say your name? Shakama Gaming? How are you doing? I don't have an info or a status. I should probably make those links, shouldn't I? Add command aliases. I don't want to think about it right now. Well, I guess I could. I don't need to make a note. I can just do this, right? Alias com info should go to game, right? Or actually, what do I have for? Do I have a what? I do have a what. So it's already. So we'll do that, and then status should be like today, right? There we go. There we go. So welcome, Shaka Gaming, and thank you for pointing out I had 2 missing commands. Yeah, so my stream and my game are about making a top-down retro 2D pixel art game that's integrated with my stream. So you'll see, like, I just went to my game and through Twitch chat added aliases to the commands so that now info should work. It's just alias to game, and status is alias to today. And right now, today I'm working on this dialog editor, which actually works. Look at that. Although I got duplicates. It's interesting. I didn't expect to have 4 dialogues. I thought I would have... Oh no, I do have 4. I have a sign. This one of these should say also Bob, not Bob. Yeah, I'm working on this dialogue editor right now because I added dialogues to my game last week, but I didn't have a convenient way of working on them. They let me show you what they look like. So this is a dialogue for when you step on the sign, it reads the sign. So for example, in the game, if I move over to that sign and step on it, it reads the sign. That's implemented by this dialogue. And then this dialogue is a 2-phase one with a hit space to continue between. So if I step here, it says, as you cross the bridge, you notice something, continue. The bridge seems to have no supports at all. So that's this. And then the even more complicated dialogue than that is if you talk to one of these guys, like also Bob, I can ask him his name or his job or say goodbye. And that's this dialogue with multiple states. And so I implemented that last week. I'm working on making an in-game editor for that. So I got enough down here so that I can list the dialogues, and then I'm going to work on selecting a dialogue and showing the various states, as well as the choices you can make at each step and all that stuff. Thanks for the follow, Ekamwelia. I could give him 2 points. Yeah, why not? So if you ever create an account in my game, you'll have 2 points. Points you can't do anything with right now, but if once I get to the point, hopefully, where I have game content and people are playing, you'll be able to redeem those points for in-game stuff. People who help out in my stream get a lot of points. So, like, for example, Newey's got 75 points. It's the point leader. And what's the average? The average of the people who interact a lot in the stream, I guess, is around 20. So there's some above, some below, and then occasional people point out things have a few points. Yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to keep working. Hey there, failed to survive. How are you doing? If anyone's interested in like mod packs in Minecraft, check out failed to survive stream. You had 5 points by pointing out my haircut. Yes, you did, because you were the first. You were the first to notice. I told myself this morning I will give points to whoever says something first. All right. Anyway, this one unexpectedly worked the first time, and that makes me happy. Clicking on this one, though, I bet will fail. Yeah, because that doesn't go anywhere. Select game dialog. I did not implement that one yet. While I'm at it, I'll need new and delete as well. Also the set criteria. So select game dialog first, I guess. That should go after E. And then new game dialog. And then delete game dialog. And then what else? Set. This one's more complicated, so let me get that in the clipboard. Set game dialogue search criteria. I think eventually I'm going to change this code around so that it's backwards, so that we define it using the camel case version, and then this string is still seen by Redux, but we never need to search for it. He entered the stream and thought his hair looks suspiciously shorter. Yes, very suspiciously shorter. All right. This we should catch in our reducer, right? So admin reducer. I already have game dialog search criteria, so we just need to reduce the action to change it. So here. Return. This is an easy one, right? All these reducers that just change something in state have this pattern where it's return the I always forget the term for this. It's like taking this object and expanding it to form what we're going to return, but then making some changes to it. And this is a game dialog search criteria. Take the action, whatever this had. Criteria. Spread operator syntax? Is that, I think that's what that's called. Isn't cooling there even with 4? Yes, 4, fans on. Well, the fans just move air, so you need to have a temperature differential somewhere, like moving cold air in from somewhere or pushing hot air out somewhere else. You could also have the fan evaporate water. So you gotta dump a bucket of water in your head. Then it'll cool down. As long as you have the fans blowing on you. Current conversation between you and your brain is, could you please think about, no, too hot, too hot. Yeah, try to take a bandana, dip it, dunk it in some water and then wrap it around your head. Does wonders for me. You let that evaporation take away some of the heat. That was just one of these, right? Select game dialog is next. Let's do that. Here we go. Same thing as select entity, actually. Selected game dialog. And this was just an ID, right? I have to be very careful about this. This thing will expect what? An entity number. Correct. Okay. So I'm gonna have to fetch that entity. And then when I get it, I have to recognize it's a dialog we want. And then it's gonna have to come in through a different prop here. Let's do delete for now, since that's easier. That's not a reducer thing. That's a middleware here. Not a reducer. Middleware. Yeah. Delete game dialog. Actually, the reducer will need to know this too. Delete game dialog. What's it? It's dialog. Let's just have this dispatch actions destroy entity, where the entity is the dialog. Okay, what I want the reducer to do is if it's selected, we need to unselect it if it's deleted. Right here. Hold on. Yeah. Or do I? No, I don't need to do it here. I already have reflect game dialog removed, right? Yeah, so I can see I can do it this way. Selected game dialog, right? Depends. If that is equal to action dialog. If so, then it goes to null. Otherwise, it doesn't change. So it's state selected game dialog. There we go. This should be state also. So this says if the currently selected game dialog is the one that was removed, then unselect it. So also I'll need to have an unselect, right? This one hasn't had an on back, right? Unselect game dialog, yeah. Yeah, almost forgot about that. So this goes to that same reducer here. Selected game dialog null. All right. I'm not going to do new game dialog yet because that's more complicated. So when we select a game dialog, we're going to have to ask the game for the entity information. So that's middleware again. And so as a side effect of selecting the game dialog, right? Select game dialog. That is what I named it, I hope. Yeah, okay. So back in the admin middleware again. Let's see what it's dialogue, okay. So what we're gonna do is basically send the message to the game asking for that entity. I already had this, right? Get entity. Get entity by ID, I think. Yeah. So I could just dispatch this too. Kind of like how this does it. Yeah, I could just do that. So the entity being the dialogue. Like that. So when the side effect of selecting a game dialog is we'll ask the server, please give us the entity with that ID. And then when it comes back, we're going to want to say, well, is that the dialog we selected? If so, then we're going to store that somewhere. Right? So storing it, I need something in the reducer. I have selected game dialog. Let's do selected. Let's change this to entity. Let's search for it and just do a search replace. Selected game dialog entity. And then I can name this new one selected game dialog component. And then make that an empty object. Yeah. Need to know how to fit an NES game in 40 kilobytes using a vid. Okay. Hey there, programmer. Which extension do I use for React? Let's see. I don't think I use anything specific for React. Sublime Babel? I use that. What else? Prettier? Definitely recommend those. Yeah, I don't really think I'd use anything more specific for React than those two. Everything else is not React related. Hey there, Clayman. Let me say hi to both programmer and Clayman. I'm okay. How are you, Clayman? Select a game component. So, when I think it's reflect game entities or something. Okay, I don't remember. So I need to go track down when the server tells us entities. What does it do? Reflect entities. Okay, so there's probably a reflect entities in here. Here it is. Thanks for the follow, programmer. Okay, so here we go. This, we're going to set it if state selected game entity equals... actually, I'm going to have to map this, aren't I? So let's, I guess, pre-construct it here. Let's say let, and I can give this its own name, right? So that I can just do that. So let's have that start with that, and then we'll do this for each. So this will be entity info. If entity info, this is where I get a little bit weak. Let me copy from what I had here. So in the real game, is it? It's not, okay. It's not entity info then. Is it? Oh, it's components. Right. So if components, and that's going to be another, array too. So we have to say, I guess we can do this. So we can say const dialog component is this dot find component info. I don't know how to write this yet. Which extension do I use for icons? Which icons do you mean? Do you mean like the stuff that pops up occasionally? Like, for example, this stuff? Or this? This is, if you're asking about this is Test Explorer UI. And I also have extensions command. You can look at that. I don't have them all listed there, but Test Explorer UI combined with the Catch2 and Google Test Explorer is if you're using Google Test and you want to have these pop-ups with these icons and this stuff. But you might not have meant that when you are talking about icons. If you're talking about these icons here, that's not an extension. This is hand-drawn. But yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by icons. But yeah, I can just show you all the extensions I use. Auto close tag, bookmarks, C++, Google Test Explorer. I like the CMake tools for the build system. I don't use this one much as a debugger for Chrome. Editor config is just so that it picks up the .editor config file. Git lens for looking at changes in Git. Hex dump is useful for looking at files if you want to look at raw binary with hex. This is to show if you have typos in your markdown. Prettier, of course. Python, don't use this much, but if you need to debug Python, rewrap is a hotkey to automatically format comments. This one for the JavaScript Test Explorer, I talked about that. Toggler is a neat one where it will change true to false, enabled to disabled. That's a pretty cool one. And then I don't remember why I have this one. Probably because I needed this for formatting XML. So that's all my extensions. The icon of React. Oh, you mean when I'm viewing it here? I think that is... I'm gonna say that that's probably Sublime Babel. I'm pretty sure it's this one that does it. But I don't know if it'll mention it anywhere. It's just it's a side effect of having one of these extensions installed. I'm not sure exactly which one. I'm gonna guess it's Sublime Babel. That's probably the only extension specifically for JavaScript here. Either that or it's prettier. But I'd be surprised. I think prettier is more generic. All right, let's go back to here. All right, so we're looking at all the entities that we just fetched, and we're seeing all the components. It's if it's type, right? If dialog component. This just puts it in there. Let me see what the actual entity panel looks for. Okay, yeah, there'll be a type and a component. Right, so it's just type. So if the type is dialog. Actually, we don't even have to do this, right? It's if the entity ID... How do we know the entity ID? I guess I can just look for entities. Don't need to search for place. Okay, it's entity. So if entity info.entity, and this is only if there is a selected one, right? So if state selected game dialog entity, then go into here. And it's if that matches, then we overwrite this one with... Actually, I want to do that part of it. So that's going into there and doing this. Actually, it's just this, right? Excessive parentheses, but that's okay. So that, actually, I can just do that then, right? Wish I could have it break out early. You can't tell for each to break out early, can you? Actually, maybe you can. And maybe there's a return value I can leverage. How would I look this up? Dev docs. And then let's make it dark. And then for each... Okay, return value is undefined. You can't tell it to stop early, can you? Hey there, Cthulhu and Liquidor. How are you guys doing? I was looking for, like, if there's a way to terminate a for each early, because if we get to this point and I found it, I'd like to say, well, you don't have to keep looking at the entities anymore. I'm doing fine. Yeah, I got a haircut. You're the second person to notice and say something, Liquidor. First person to notice was Jelmega, and he got 5 points. I said to myself this morning, the first person that notices that my wife cut my hair will get some points. You could do every, just return false when you want to stop. Every. You notice too? No, you're the second or third to offer compliments, right? Hey there, don't pay money to Wubby. You notice too, he didn't say anything? He doesn't say anything, you don't get points. Sorry. This one would still iterate everything in the list, right? No, until it finds one where it turns a false C value. But then I'd have to do this thing as a side effect. I guess I could do that, right? Yeah, we can. Okay, so is this kosher then? And just ignore the return value? And then this would return false. And then otherwise return true. So then, I don't know, this doesn't feel right. You know, I don't like that. Even though it's probably more efficient, I think it would be confusing for me. I think this is the way I'm going to go with it. Just had this notification coming up about a post regarding parseInt. Figured out, but you'll puzzle me. Open a console and do. Open up a console. Yes, sir. We have a console here. All right. 1, 7, 11, map, parseInt. Oh, why is 7 not a number? I'll try not to reveal it too fast. Let me think about this. Huh. I don't know. I'm guessing I'm guessing that has something to do with what map does when there are how parseInt behaves when there are extra arguments, and somehow map is passing extra arguments. Have you looked up map? Yeah, it can be given the index and the array, right? Ah, yeah. I know then. I know the answer. Someone in chat want to guess? I think I've already given enough hints. I know the answer though. I'll take a sip of my cool beverage and then I'll answer it. Okay, the answer is, I gave too much of a hint already, is that for each, if a function can accept it, it's also given 2 extra arguments. So instead of it being that, the extra arguments would be the index, which is 1, and then the array, which is this again. There, it's not a number. But then on the third one, it'll be 11, 2. Base 2, that 11 is a valid base 2 number. It maps to 3. So there you go. It's those optional arguments. That's a great one for an interview question, don't you think? Just to see if someone like, okay, maybe that's not such a great interview question. Maybe if you told them about, if you just gave them that, if you said, by the way, here's what the manual says about how array map works, and then tell them what do you expect to happen when what I do with my console? What do you expect to see when you type that on the console? Given that the manual says map does that, and then they would have to like maybe if they knew what that meant and they thought about it, because they'll know that it's a trick question, that you're gonna not expect the obvious 1, 7, 11, right? Then they would maybe, if they could think in their head how JavaScript works with those optional arguments, they could get to that. You'd pick out people only understanding functional programming? Sure. Okay, so I don't know if it's the great interview question, but it's a fun one. I like it. What was I on before? Elements. I actually don't even need it right now. All right, anyway. This will pull out the selected dialog component. And then if it's not selected, it just leaves it alone, right? Oh, also what we should do is if selected dialog entity is reset, then this should be set to empty object at first until we've looked it up. And this should also be set to empty object. There we go. Numbers.map number to parse int number. Yeah, that's one way to hide those other arguments, yeah. Could you go over that array example tidbit again real quick? Okay, real quick. The challenge was to... Where did it go? Oh, I hit close on it. Was it in this window? No. In this one. Oh, we lost it. Okay, we'll type it fresh here. The example is to explain why you get... Hold on, let me copy paste it. Why do you get 1 not a number's 3 instead of 1, 7, 11 for this? And the reason is if you look up map, map accepts a function and calls it for every element in the array, but it doesn't just pass the first value. It doesn't just pass the value in the array. It also passes, if the function can accept it, it also passes the index in the array and the array itself. And then you just have to know that with parse int, it takes the radix as the second argument, but it's optional. I think if you don't give it, it assumes 10 or something. It probably says it somewhere here. Or maybe it's number parse int. It's one of these things. Well, here it's expressly optional, right? Interesting that this doesn't show it as optional. Oh, yeah, because of the weird behavior if you don't specify a radix. Or radix. I don't know how to say that word. Radix, radix. Anyway. It's that it's, instead of it being past the 7, so parse int 7 would just do 7, but if you pass those extra arguments, the index and the well, that's the only really one that matters, is that you get not a number. And then 11 with 2 is 3 instead of 11. Yeah, Liquidor, you're right. Yeah, so parse int takes another argument that's the radix, the base of the number. So 2 would be binary, right? Base 2. And base 1 doesn't make sense, so it's not a number. Actually, maybe it does make sense if I do a 0. No. I guess you can't do a radix of 1. Dialog editor for character interaction? Yeah. Well, no, it's for all kinds of interaction. Signs, mostly NPCs and signs though. Yeah, so I don't know if you saw Cthulhu, but hold on. I can't show it because it's not building right now, but I added signs and NPCs dialogues last week. Let me fix this thing I broke and then I can show you. Line 317. Hold on. 319. Component info. There we go. Yeah, so I added signs. So if you step on the sign, it says something. And here's where I added a hidden one where it does a two-parter. Say one thing, continue, say another thing. And then I added Bob and also Bob. They're wandering around here somewhere. Okay, there's Bob. We can actually talk to Bob now. Let me do that. Talk. Oh, don't move, Bob. I can ask Bob his name, his job, and a guard. I can say goodbye. And that looks in the raw like this, where a dialogue is like a state machine, where the state is, you know, what choices you can make, and then what happens when you pick different choices, and whether or not it's multiple choice. So if I told him peasant, he would then ask me a yes/no question, like, "Are you a peasant?" And then you can say yes or no, and then it might lead you. If you say no, it leads you to another state, where if you knew the secret keyword, it would say a secret message. So it's all in JSON right now. I'm working today to make it where I can edit it in this list. So how far did I get? Can I? Oh, that's the wrong one. I'm in the wrong window. This one. Can I edit that now? Okay, the select is sort of working. Okay. Actually, I can see if it's fetching the components correctly. Let me move off screen so I don't get extraneous messages from those other guys. All right. So for watching this, edit. It sends to the game get entity 2900, receive message, here's the entities. And it should have yeah, here we go. So it stored the selected game component. That's exactly what I want. Actually, I wanted this subset of it, so I want dot component. Okay, so let's take this out. Dialog component info. If dialog component info, that should be info, not into. Then that equals this dot component. Let's try that again. Edit. Oh. Let's move somewhere where I won't be harassed by NPCs. There we go. So the name, there's the name and the states. So the next step would be to take this and actually fill it in here. Your work day is over. You ran out of food, so you'll have to get some. Okay. Good luck getting some food, playing with Skithers. Shouldn't you stop moving while you're speaking to him? Yeah, that's a bug. They continue to move while you're speaking to them. I haven't fixed that bug yet. Okay. Thanks, Liquidor. I appreciated the puzzle. Have a good day. Harassment by the NPCs. Did you report to the game master? Base one would only have the number 0 in it. That's why I did the parse of 0, so it should have gave me 0. Instead it gave me not a number. So I'm just guessing parse int doesn't even want to play with anything, even the string 0. Hey there, Metalstorm. Alright, I'm working on this next, I think. Although, let me make sure that this does the right thing with the Redux state. If I hit back, what does it do? Unselect game dialog. Okay. So it cleared that out and went back to null. And if I go to that... Right, so it asked for entity 2981. I don't know why it did that. Send to leader the get entity by ID, receive the message, and then that stores that. Cool. Exactly what I want. So I'm going to fill in this next, but I need to take a quick break. Just for a minute. I'll be right back in just a minute. I'm back. I was accosted by a terrible beast. On the way back to my chair, he wanted meat. He wanted fresh meat. So I had to give him some food. Thanks, Nui. Alright, so I haven't done the add yet. I'm kind of hesitant to test the delete. Let me make a duplicate of the dialog, and then I will be more comfortable deleting the duplicate. So let's duplicate the sign, since if I lose the sign, I won't be too unhappy. So let's Alt... Ooh, it crashed. Undefined. Interesting. Oh, that shouldn't have brackets around it, should it? It should okay. It should just be ID, not dialog.id. Same thing down here too. Okay. That is a problem in admin reducer 259. Yeah, so it's ID. Like that. So it probably did add it. Yeah, so it added it. All right. Let me test that. Actually, I can test the delete now, right? So here's the duplicate. Delete it. It's gone. Nice. Deleted the sign, easy. Easy peasy. So let's duplicate this sign again. And then it should appear here. There it is. Delete that. Okay, cool. So the delete works. The add, add is a little bit complicated because right now the server has, we don't have any way of the server telling us that it added what we asked to be added. Actually, maybe it would work if we made sure that the add made the component. Actually, I think it would work. Let me do this. It'll work the same way the zone add works. The add's got to pick up this name. Oh, I just need to add the code for yeah, okay. This will pick up the new dialog name. I just have to have this handled somewhere. Yeah, so it's defined but not handling anywhere. This would be admin middleware. New game dialog. And I can model this after create zone. I should have had it made. I should have made it consistent, shouldn't I? Let's fix that. This should be add game dialog, not new. And then this should be add game dialog. Yes. And then let's put it in the right place. There and there. Okay. It was name, right? Name, yes. And then dispatch. And it's gonna be modeled after add zone. Why is that there? Yeah, there's no zone in there. Okay, fixed. Yeah, so adding game dialog is just dispatching a message to create an entity of type with a component of type dialog and having a name. And we'll have to make sure it has an empty state list. A state object. And I don't need these parentheses, do I? I mean these double quotes, do I? There we go. So that should work because the subscription model will come back and add it. So let's check it out. So test. Ooh, there we go. We have a test dialog. And I can delete it. What happens if I do empty string? Am I going to regret that? It just adds an empty string, an empty dialog. Cool. That's okay. That was easier than I thought it would be. So we're just down to edit then. Thanks for the follow, Caden. Let me just check in this works so far. So this is all the CRUD needed to establish the panel, and so establish dialog editor panel. So add dialog. Let's say work in progress doing this. So add the editor panel, add game commands to subscribe to, or add game dialog subscriptions. And what else did I add? It's just a subscribe, right? Yeah. So I don't have to say we added any other kind of commands. Let's put that first, actually. Let's see. Put in ability to add, remove, and edit dialogues. List dialogues and allow them to be selected, unselected. Alright. Just wanted that in a commit by itself because now we're going to work more on, we were on the dialogues component, game dialogues. Now I'm going to work on game dialogue. So right now it's empty. Hey there, Tim. How goes it? Pretty well. How are you doing? You guys should check out Tim Baday's channel. He is making his own game engine in C++ and working on many different little game projects. The current plan is he's coming up with ideas for making games that take about, what is it, 2 to 3 months for each game. So sounds cool to me. I'm working on dialogue editors right now. So these are the dialogues in the game. I actually want to rename this. One of this is also Bob. If I were to delete him, he would cease to exist. Yeah, if you haven't seen this yet, I have dialogues in the game now. I can talk to that Bob. He has a bug where he can move around even though we're talking to him, but I can still say, what's your name? What's your job? I can ask him other things. I can even ask him a question that will result in him asking us a multiple choice question. And that all works. But right now the dialogue is all in JSON, and it's a pain in the behind to do this manually, so I'm trying to build in a tool here so that we can see all the dialogues. Actually, I haven't tried this filter yet. Okay, it didn't quite work. The moment I type O, it doesn't match it anymore. I'll have to fix that. We can list all the dialogues, and right now I'm working on the next step would be when we're editing a dialogue, show all the states and all the choices of the selected state and all that stuff. Hey there, ProSam. Actually, I kind of want to fix this filter first. It's just not working at all. Let me fix it. The filter is up here. Goes to this filter game dialogues. Takes that lowercase. Okay, it's already a string. Maybe that's the problem. I don't need a toString, actually. Is that why it's broken? Nope. Is it not .name? It is .name. You're dying of heat and can't concentrate on anything? So for you it's hot as well. It's also hot for the Gelmega. He was saying that he couldn't, his brain kept saying, no, no, too hot, whenever he tried to think. I'm sorry to hear that. I can tell you what he told me, or what I told him. But you probably already know this. Does it work to take, like in Miami, is it too humid for this to work, but like take a bandana and just dunk it in water and just wrap it around your head? Because it works in the Southwest. I don't know if it will work where it's really humid, though. Yeah, that sucks to be in hot and humid weather. I'm assuming it's humid. Too humid there for it to work? Well, if you're in Miami, you could jump in the ocean. Does that work? Of course, it's hard to do anything else when you're in the ocean, other than swim. Does work in short bursts. It's too humid to be effective. I'm sorry. Well, it never snows. That's one thing. So if you hate the snow, then you'd love Miami, I suppose. I would expect Maine to have similar weather to Britain because it's higher latitude, right? Okay. The name is definitely available, so why is this not working? Is includes not doing what I expect? Do I want to do debug? Let's just do a console right here. Dialog name contains normalized filter query. Does not contain. There we go. And then let's see. Console. U. Bob contains U. I don't think it does. Do I have the logic backwards? Okay. Okay, for one thing, this should be to lower. Actually, let's do this first. So const dialog name in lower case. Put that there and put that there. And let's put some extra quotes around this stuff. Being nitpicky, I know. UN. Well, now it's working. So what was I doing before that was made it not work? Undo a bunch of times. I probably just did something stupid. Bob does not contain U, so why does it say it does? Probably someone has told me in chat already. Specifically the two lowercase that's needed. Oh, you're right. You are correct. Okay, so it's the two lowercase. I don't need this then. All right. I just wasn't observant enough. Okay. Cool. All right, that works. Let me check it in. So fix bug in dialog list filter. I guess I really didn't need to make a variable out of it. I don't know, keep it where it is. Need to compare dialog's name after converting it. I can write this better. When comparing dialog names, convert the names to lowercase. I'm terrible with forming words. Convert dialog names to lowercase when comparing them. There. All right. Edit. So I kind of want to show the name and a way to edit that, and then a list of states, and then if you pick one, a list of the choices for that state, and if you pick one of those, the list of events, and make the list of events something you can like add, update, and remove certain things. Also the same thing for states and choices. So roughly speaking, states here, choices here, and then on the right, events list. Thank you, Toulouse. Sorry that I didn't remember to give you a point. Does writing better commit messages matter enough to do it? I think it's just a matter of discipline. I need discipline in my life. Otherwise, because of my laziness, I get sloppy. So I just enforce arbitrary disciplines like making git commits a certain way, even if I never go back and look at them. Yeah. It's nice to go back and understand them. I can understand them even if they were sloppy, but I don't like it when things are sloppy. So I try to at least pick some rules, even if they're arbitrary. Like the fact that all of my commits are in imperative case, right? How do I do this? Git log dash summary? Git K will show me. The fact that they're all they're all imperative case. It's just arbitrary, but it makes it consistent, right? That came up in Adam's Discord yesterday, and it's sort of joking around with it, but I think it's most important to pick a rule and stick to it if you can. Otherwise, like I just really hate sloppiness and inconsistency. So again, it's just an emotion, right? So it's just a personal preference. Oh, did I evaluate if that 40 was good enough? I think it is. I could make it wider even. All right. Time to work on this guy. So after the title bar, hold on. Does game dialog events or details? That's a flex container. Like, this is meant to do what? Oh, that reminds me. I never tested if this grows to a large. Oops. If this stop selecting. If this grows, does it become scrollable or not? It does. Okay, good. I can delete all of these ones now. So I did that how? By putting that in a shrinking container. I think I want to do the same thing here. But I want two of them. I did that here, didn't I? How did I do this one? Oh, this one is just this form uses as much space as it needs to. This shrinking container makes it so that's scrollable. And then the overall one is the flex container. But it's set to auto. Okay, I'm not going to sweat it too much. Let's just work on this. Yeah, put the bar underneath it, right? I don't want to just type it fresh. I want to copy from something. Let's copy the input from here. All right. Oh, perfect. We'll just take the same constant. Make it another copy of the constant because it could be larger here. I think I will use a state hook for this. Okay, see you, Tim. Adam streamed like a shorter stream today, but then he's kind of burned out, so he said he'd be taking the rest of the week no streaming, which I assume to mean he's not taking it off. He's still working. He's just not streaming it. So kind of feel a little bit anxious about Adam's well-being. I hope he's able to recover from his burnout. Yeah, technically not on work break, but he's on a stream break. Oh, right, the state. I'll pull in this so I don't have to just type it fresh. This will be, yeah, actually, that's exactly what I want. And what we'll do is we'll have save not go directly to the prop. We'll make this one be an on update dialog, and then save will pull from the state. So this will end up calling on update dialog, but it's gotta have in there the things we want, right? So name is a new dialog name. I'm trying to decide, do I want the things in the editor to be in React or Redux? If it's in React, then if we leave the panel and come back, we'll have lost our changes. I think I want them to be in Redux, actually. So I had in the reducer that. So I could then have a copy of it, right? You stored all integer types in a long, but to enumerate a stack or heap, you need a byte to be 1 byte, not 4. Oh, to emulate, got it. You mean to be efficient? Because you don't want to waste 3 bytes? I mean, just to get it working, you can make them all longs, and then specialize later. Decided to make interpreter part of the official compiler, yeah. It would allow for runtime coding a thing like Python. I see. Well, that would be handy. You could just be typing at the interpreter to test things. I think what I want to do here is have this be a new component. And then new name. And then wherever that's set, we'll make a copy. Right, if we get to here, we'll do new. And then that is just make a shallow copy of that. It's fine. In fact, does it even need to be shallow? I don't even think it needs to be shallow. Because every time I change it, it'll make a new one. Yeah, it can just be a just another reference, and then do that. Actually, I don't need to. That can just be that, right? All right. Then this happened one other place here, right? Yeah. Two other places where it is new one is selected and where it's unselected, and then when we retrieve it, also. That's in. Was it reflect? Actually, that's what I just did. Okay. Okay, now new name. Do I expect its name to change? I guess it could. Well, hold on. I don't want it to do this because it'll overwrite what. Yeah, I don't want it to do this. So we're going to. Actually, no, it will overwrite it because this is only when we first select it, and then we ask for it and we get it back, right? Yeah. Okay. So then I do want to do this. So this would be. The name is in the component. I don't need this then. Okay, forget this. Forget this new name thing. I don't need it. It's in the new component. Yeah, I can just update it directly. So I don't need this state hook. So then it's just then save is easy. It's just save is save. I don't need this. And then we don't pick it from the state, do we? I have to have a setter here. So we need. Okay, I do need to pull the. Okay. Complete thoughts, please. Raimu. We need to pull out the new dialog name and we need to make a setter. The new dialog name, okay, we'll need to pick out the dialog component. Dot n, right? Because that's going to match what we see at the top here, n. So that what this will do is we need to have another like on change or on stage dialog component. How about on stage selected dialog? We'll call it that. So what this will do is stage the existing one, but with the name set to name. There we go. Okay, have a good stream, Spheres. See you later. All right, this I need to make a new action. So this is dialog. Dispatch actions stage selected dialog and give it the dialog. Stage selected dialog. New action. Ba-da-ba-doo. Back to the middleware, I mean the admin reducer. There we go. Case action stays selected dialog. Selected game dialog. Oh, I should have call it game. Selected game dialog new component is the action dialog. Right? Let's rename this one. Game dialog. Okay. So that's the dialog entity. I need the dialog component. It should go first. Selected. I need to pick the new one out. That's important. And then save game dialog. That should go to the game, right? And the reducer. Not going anywhere right now. It doesn't even have an action defined. Okay, we'll have to make it. Does unselect exist? Yes, just that save didn't. Save game dialog. That, again, admin middleware. And, okay. Action is, actually we don't need the action, right? It's just dispatch and game state, get state. I'm going to be doing a modify component, right? So one of these is needed. Dispatch an action to send to the game an ECS action message. The action is modify component. Component type is dialog. The entity is get state admin dot selected dialog, right? Selected dialog entity or something. Selected game dialog entity. And then not delta, but the whole component. We're going to just overwrite the component completely. Will be get state admin selected dialog component. We should probably use the new component. Even though it's going to be, we want the reducer to also capture this save game dialog and overwrite one with the other. No, we'll get an update. We'll get an update back, so that's exactly what I want. I wanted to override that, and then it should come back and reflect that it got changed. In fact, when it does, I want the reducer to know that. Reflect game dialog updated. Yes, so let me get rid of all my old bookmarks. Here I want to update selected game dialog new component actually, and selected game dialog component. Do we need both of them? I think I do if I want to reset. Yeah, okay. So this is in case, well, hold on. Let me think about this. If something else changes it, do we want it to appear there? Maybe not. I think I just wanted to update this one. So this depends. If we have one selected and the action dialog equals it. So state.selected game dialog entity equals action dialog. If that is true, then oh, we don't get the contents of it. Ooh. We're only getting if the name updates. Okay, so scratch that. Okay, see ya, Joe Mega. I guess I do want it when it sends this save game dialog. I want to just copy it so that, yeah, I don't have a reset button, but if I did, it would just undo. Case actions save game dialog. State selected game dialog component is state selected game dialog new component, like that. So stage is updating this one. Save updates this one and sends it to the game. It should work now. Try it out. So if I'm, let's say, and I'm pretty sure this one is also Bob. So if I go into there and I do also Bob and hit save, and I got a reflect dialog update is not a function. Oh, oops. Is this one also missing? But this one's in there. No, that's not in there either. Oh, it might be. No, it's not. Okay. Oh, it's dialogue or game dialogue. Okay, let's fix that. Add delete. Here it is. Hold on a sec. Excuse me. It was just misspelled here. All right. Let's try again. Okay, it actually worked. So let me try that again. X, save. Cool. If I reload, it's still updated. Nice. Let me add a reset button in there. So that means I'll want to have an action. Reset game dialog. And the reducer's easy. Just need to put it in the right place. Here. Reset game dialog. Return. State. Selected game dialog new component is state selected game dialog component. All right, and then the button. Game dialog. So let's make it on reset. Selected dialog. These probably don't have to have such a long name, do they? They can just say on stage, and this could be just on reset. Yeah, Okay, and then just put it here. Can't spell today. Lou says, does that have to be a clone of the object in the reducer or anything? Nah, because it's they're immutable objects, so they can just be referring to the same JavaScript object. That's fine. You always form the next one from well, I think it ends up being copied anyway. Redux copies it for you. That's why stuff like this works. So this could have objects that so this is only doing a shallow copy, right? So this might expand to be several objects which are from the old state, and it's fine because I think Redux just ends up making a copy to form the new state. At least that's my understanding. I could be wrong. Right, so I should be able to hit X and then hit reset. And I could even be clever about this. I could have it only if they're match. I know, I'll just leave it like this. Save, now reset. Reset, cool. Save. Reset, okay, let me clean that up a little bit too. It should... I don't know why it's so wide. Is it because it's in a flex container? So then the solution to that would be to put this in its own div. Right, and then that won't be... Yeah, okay, now, and then in front put a label. There's a... The way you're supposed to do this was how? Like for the filter bar, what do I do? Oh, I don't do that at all. I should though. Shouldn't I have like a label? Like label 4 or something like that? Where did I did that? Like in here I did it, right? So in ticket for, yeah, label HTML4. Yeah, that's what I should do. Up here. Label for, okay, so give this an ID. Dialog name. Name. There. That's the correct way, I remember. And then, I thought I had some CSS to put in margins for me. I can never remember what I named these things though. It would be margin left. This button bar. I don't remember left spacer. Is that what it was? Left spacer? Not standout text. Left spacer? Where did I use that? Oh, that looks horrible. Why did I do that? Maybe it's space separated bar. I think that's what I think that's what I made. So this. That looks better. Although the alignment is not right. Flex line baseline, is that what I wanted? I think that's what I wanted because they look aligned now. Okay. This user interface stuff takes me forever. So under this, I want the shrinking container, right? The same way I did it for the tiles panel. Yeah. Right. Shrinking container. Or is that what this game dialog details was for? I actually don't think I want this. Let's get rid of this. Wait, hold on. Because I want this one. This made it scrollable, I think. Gosh, I'm getting confused. Well, if you had all the violence, speed, and momentum side, it wouldn't take me forever. Step up. It's just that I'm so new to this, and I don't know what feels right yet. And it was sort of tricky to get this stuff to work right. To make this so that it scrolls correctly. Like to make it so that that part scrolls by itself, and this stuff is always on the bottom. That's kind of what I want. So let me look back. Let me look at this more closely. This is in a tiles panel. Right, so that's sort of that sort of matches what I had here. Only this was, I don't know why I have that there. I think I want to model this based off of this. So let's take this out. And that one's important to make it wide. And that was just to give space between them. Yeah, let's pull that one out. Yeah, let's just do this. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And then, right, so the thing I want scrollable goes into inside a shrinking container. And then everything else after that follows normally. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, one's a panel, the other one's a component. What is this? This component goes into what panel? The dialogues panel, right? And this just makes a fragment. Okay, so this really is the same level as this. So I really should have the header. Okay, the header should be part of it then. Yes, so this should be, let's get rid of the details. Okay. And then this takes over this fragment level. I got that right. And then, okay, and then this is the shrinking container. in which I'm going to put the states. And then under that, I'll have a horizontal rule. And I'll have the one that doesn't shrink. Or maybe they each take half. So they would both be shrinking containers. And flex would just distribute the space evenly between them. I think that's what it would do, right? I don't know. Let's see what happens if I say this is where the states will go. This is where the choices will go. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, cool. So even distribution of those two, and then I want to put I actually want to break it up into 2 columns. Oh, aw snap. Aw snap. I don't know why that happens. Only on the production game too. So if these together are 1 column, then yeah, the whole thing goes into a div of another kind of class, right? Dialog details. And then the left column, right? Dialog details left, in which we'll put these. And then another one, right? So this is where the events list will go. And this class name is dialog details right. All right, so dialog details. I should have game dash in front of those. Game dialog details. This has to be a flex. No. I'll leave off the flex, right? It's display flex. Flex direction row. And then yeah, I just make left and right, and then I can say how much they take, right? Flex, it's like grow shrink basis, right? So let's do this one. And we'll give the right one a little bit more space. So maybe like 2. See what that looks like. That work? I feel like that didn't work. What about that's set to 5? 15? Let's go extreme. Okay, it sort of works. Yeah, it's using up as much space as... Okay, so... I don't know what I want these factors to be. Maybe I do want it to be severe, like maybe like 5 to 1. Anyway, this broke. It's supposed to use all the vertical space, so I think that this has to have a flex, right? I think that's how you do it. No. How did the shrinking container stuff work? That's what I thought. I did something wrong here. Oh, it is the correct size. It's the thing inside of it, though. Oh, it has to be itself set up correctly. The left one has to be okay, whoops. Don't worry, I didn't leak any admin key. That's a local key. With the 100%. But it's height, and I'm doing it the flex way, so it's a little weird. It has to be a flex container just like this was. So display flex column. There we go. Flex is a little weird, right? So instead of doing width and height, you do flex direction and then grow shrink. Yeah, if it wasn't using flex, it would be height. So I'm using flex because it does the single page thing. Like, I've had better experience doing the single page stuff. It's not the only way. It just I seem to be doing better that way. Okay, this is sort of the breakup I want. It would be cool is if they had a vertical horizontal rule. I could probably do that with the border left, right? How did you fix that? I fixed it by making it itself a flex container. So it's containers instead of containers, right? The left pane wasn't a flex container. If it's not a flex container, it won't grow to fill. So that's one of the things that flex containers do is they'll grow to fill the available space, which is what I want. And if so basically if I turn this off, display flex, it doesn't grow to fill it. It just uses the amount of space that the children want. But if you make it display flex, it grows and it distributes the available space amongst its children, right? The horizontal rule doesn't have any flex settings, so it doesn't grow. But then these two both grow. Okay, maybe you can't see that, but these two grow by the growth factor. That first number there, grow 1, which is how you control how much space. Like, if I wanted the right pane to have more space, which I do, its flex grow is set to 4 instead of 1, so it'll take up like 4 units for the right panel and only 1 unit for the left panel. It's sort of rough too. This isn't 4 times as much space. It also takes into account how much space the thing wanted by itself before it was given the extra space. Right, so it needed to be at least as wide enough to fit all of these things. And so it got, of the available space, like from here to here is 1 unit. And so from here to here is probably 4 units. That's like how the extra space is distributed. Anyway, that's the rough breakup I want. And I guess we have to do these each of these is going to be a list. So list of states, and then depending on which state you selected, which choices, a list of choices, and then what choice you've picked, what events. So it's going to be kind of like this list, only there's going to be 3 of them. More work. But it's all local. There's no back-end work here. It's all just an editor for an elaborate JSON, right? So let's do states first. So the more interesting one would be Bob, right? So this list is going to look a lot like this list. It's going to be a table. In fact, let's just copy this table right now. And this will be game dialog states. There's no ID. Let me look back at this to refresh my memory. It's really only 2 things. It's the choices. No, it's 3 things. There's a key, whether or not it's multiple choice, and then the choices. So really in the table, we're only listing 2 things. So key and choices visible. And that's going to be like a checkbox. So this will be, I'm going to want to break this up into subcomponents, aren't I? Should I just do that now? Let me put it in place here, and then if it looks easy, I'll bring out as another component. How am I doing on time? 3 hours, 15 minutes, another 45 minutes at least. UI work is time consuming and arduous. As state rows. And yeah, we won't have entry for a new one, so this is 2 inputs. One is a checkbox. Where did I have checkboxes? Here I had a checkbox. Is that the only checkbox I had? I had checkboxes here too. Okay, so the character panel is a good one, I guess. Oops, wrong one. Don't need cluster panel. You can be closed. All right. Check box. Here we go. All right. I don't need an ID or a name, actually. Checked is new state choices visible. And this is on toggle. New state choices visible. So that's a new state. Is that how I did it here? No, put that in a Redux. I don't need that to be in a Redux, do I? Could have sworn I had it here somewhere. Thanks for the follow, Alfred Office Desk. Here we go. Where did I use it? Oh, I used that here in the golem. Right. This thing. Cool. Back. Yeah, here we go. I didn't want to figure this out again. I knew I did it somewhere. This is a helper to look at the target checked field. I want that. Kind of goes with the change field. So it's on check field. And then this is how you make a checkbox with a state hook. So I just need to give it the right names. New state choices visible, and then set new state choices visible, and then the checked. Okay. Wherever it's on change enabled. Okay, now I don't need that, do I? No, no. It's for the new one. Oh, it's just call it with that, okay. So it's just take that and put it in there. On change is on check field, right? On check field, and then put the setter in there directly. All right, cool. And this should be dialog state key. Let's call it state key, input size. That doesn't need to be too long. How about just 10 characters? I'll probably regret that. Maybe make it 20. And this is, okay, I need a state for this. New state key. And set new state key. And make it default to empty string. New state key. And set new state key. All right. Hello, Isley. How you doing? Use state is not defined. We have not imported it. I'm okay. This is taking me longer than I'm comfortable with, but that's okay. User interfaces are tough for me. State rows don't have that defined yet. Let's just make it empty. There we go. So there's the add, and then if I had to list, it would list them. So I should probably have a little header that says states, right? Above here, maybe? So let's make it a level 3 header, states. And let's, while we're at it, we'll put it in, make this choices. And this will be events. It's taking up a lot of space, though. I think the style for H2 is too... Yeah, look at all the space it's consuming. What did I do for H2 there? Oh, it's just removing the margins. So I'll just do the same thing in this style sheet. Game dialog CSS. Here we go. Yeah, I'll just turn off margin top 0, margin bottom. I don't know. Do I even need a margin for these? I don't think I need any margin. Yeah, just leave it like that. Okay, so this will list the states. So let me do the list next. That's this list. So we're going to list from dialog component. Dialog component's the new dialog component, right? Yeah, okay. So it's going to be dialog component dot s dot map. And then what do we get? There, it's okay. I can't do it with map because it's actually an object. So it's like object for each or something, right? Object keys. I thought there was prototype. Let's look it up. Object prototype. What do we got? Is this not what I wanted? Do I want... I thought... Okay, let's look up values. Object values. Yeah, where is this listed? Oh, is this what I want? Entries? Ah, yeah. We get an enumerator that returns us a key value. Returns an array. Right, okay. This is what I want. I want entries. So, object entries of the object map, and then we get key value. Really, the key, the value is the state. So, and we are going to return a value of some kind. And it's going to be a row. Okay. Let's look back at game dialogues to see how I did this. Right, so it's a tr. Just copy that whole tr. Let's just do that. Okay, here it is. We can use the key, right? Because I can't have two keys that are the same. So I can use the key there. And then the key again here, and then this one is whether or not it is visible. And that's it, right? Okay, no, I want to have... oh, this needs to be selectable instead of having an edit button. But I do want to have a delete. We can delete a state. So that's delete state. And we use the key, right? So that's similar to this right here. So let's, instead of doing, well, should I make it on? Let's just make it imperative. Delete state, key. It's gonna stage S dialog component.s. Well, actually, it has to be filter out that state, right? So this... Oh, how do we filter out from an object one key? There is a way to do this. Did I use Lodash to do this? Omit, that's what I did. I used Lodash omit. Yeah. I remember this now. I'm getting faster at this now after practice. It's taken me a long time. But I'm getting there. So this is omit, and then in here we put the key. There. So that basically removes that key from the states and then stages it so that it should refresh on the screen. Hey there, SourceFi. How are you doing? And Cthulhu says, do you realize how difficult it is to watch the stream on mobile versus a laptop or desktop? Switch to laptop now, holds your attention a bit better. Is it because of the font size I'm using? Why is it difficult to watch on mobile? When I watch like Adam's stream on mobile, I usually am not watching as much as I am listening. Because even a large font like this is kind of hard to see on mobile. I could make it even bigger, but like how much do people want to actually watch when they're watching on mobile? Maybe if I was doing gameplay. Today is not a whole lot of gameplay though, right? Here. If we were looking at the game, if people were in the game, I don't know. How does this look on mobile? I don't know. I could increase the size of this to something like that. I need to work on the how the game looks on itself on mobile first anyway. Alright, so that's delete. And I had an add, right? The add goes where? Oh, the add assumes that there's a submit, so I need to put this whole thing in a form. I didn't do that. Oh, the shrinking container is the form. Okay, good. We can just do that. That's a form then. And its submit is what? Yeah, we have to give it a submit. On submit equals what? Add state. So add state is kind of like one of these. So it's on stage, right? With a new state. And then we're going to clear the new key and clear this as well. It's set to false by default. It should be set to false. Again, are you going to be adding where you can click within the game and the character will move there? Yeah, I just haven't gotten to it. I haven't done it yet. There's lots of stuff I have to do. I think I'm up to almost 100 to-do list items in the GitHub. All right, so instead of omitting, we're going to add a new one, right? dialog component.s, and then we're going to add a new state modeled after this. So v is whatever new state choices visible is, and then the choices will be an empty object for now. And I'm missing some syntax here. What am I missing? This should be the key, right? New state key. Like that. And yeah, that'll work. Let's see if that worked. Oh, oh. Null. Well, because it hasn't loaded yet. So if it's not loaded, we don't want to do if it hasn't loaded yet. So we'll just make it conditional. If it's that, then do that. Otherwise, it's null. Did I do that right? I didn't. There we go. Try again. How big does the game currently compile to now? Hey there, Kincomatics. It's kind of hard to say how big something is when it's compiled, because I could give you the size of the executable in bytes, but it may or may not contain symbol table information. I don't know, what's a good way to give you a measure? Short summary of the last 10 days. Let's refer to my notebook. 10 days ago is the 14th, right? So I was in the middle of doing what? Oh, working on some of the tools I use. I haven't deployed it yet, but some of the tools I have here where I can pick up an entity like this guy, and I can move him over there. In fact, now it's like I'm holding him in midair and dangling him over the world, and I can just drop him. I worked on stuff like that, and then I started adding dialogues into the game so that you can do stuff like you can... where did Bob go? We have to go find Bob. There he is. I can walk over to Bob, and I can start talking to him, and I can say, what's your name? What's your job? Okay, goodbye. So I worked on that. Basic dialogues. And that's not only when you're talking to people, but also inert things, like if I walk on top of this sign, it says what the sign reads. There's also, yeah, the fact that there's this context bar. You have to hit C or hit the button to do chat now. Hello. And then there's going to be other actions you can do, like talk, search, climb, you know, other actions. Thanks for the follows, my friends. Yeah, so a lot of it was the dialogue system, which I'm trying to refine now by making an editor for it. Working on this stuff. And it's got a little bit further. Oh, because that needs to go. Okay. Oh, because I didn't hit save yet? No, I hit save. Why is it still showing that? Let's try that again. It's still getting in... Where are we? Game dialogue. Oh, it is an object, but it has no S. Okay, so this needs to be both that it exists and that it has states. There we go. Well, thank you, Cthulhu. Progress is fast? Yeah, so in another week, I'll have the June wrap-up recap video to add to this recap videos list. Then you can kind of see the whole month. All right. Uh-oh. Objects are not valid as a React child. What did I put in here? Probably this thing, right? It didn't do that correctly. Let's put a debugger here. Since it crashed after the fact, it's kind of hard to see. So the first time we enter here, it'll be null, right? And then but if we hit go, second time it should actually have stuff in there. I've never seen it this way before. Huh. It's a row. Okay. So did that not work? It doesn't like it. Objects are not valid as a React child. Why not? TD game dialog 54. How's progress? It's getting there. They're slowly building up this user interface. Right now, it's a weird bug. I'm not sure why. Found object with keys in the TD 54. I don't get this. Oh, did I have this backwards? Because that should be a string. Can I actually look at this context and see it? New child. Here we go. That does look like... Yeah, that looks like the initial state of Bob's conversation, doesn't it? Yep, move along, peasant. How did that get in here? These must be flipped. That must be the mistake I made. Where's the documentation? It says key value. That's weird. Oh wait. No, it alternates, I guess. No, no. Okay, I can actually look at this in the debugger. So I can say at this point, where's my console? What's the key to see the console from here? This one? No, that's hide. It's not F12. Escape twice? Oh, escape did it. Thank you. Thank you, Toulouse. I want to look at new child. And then I wanted to see what does object.entries new child do. Yeah, it's a key value. Oh, but it's an array. It's not okay. I think I know what I did wrong here. This has to be like this, right? I bet that's what it is. I betcha. Let's see. This is gonna hit my breakpoint though, isn't it? That's fine. You can hit the breakpoint. Wait a minute, what happened? Oh, just a warning. Okay. So it worked, kind of. It's not printing anything here. It's also not, I didn't do the check marks correctly either. I should have it print something for like default. So remove the debugger, and I need to have the, oh right, we can't just print that. It's gotta be a check mark. Kind of like what I did in the Golem stuff, right? Yeah, an input checkbox. Also, these have to be editable. Okay. Checked is state V. Change would be unchecked field, and not new, but up here, yeah. Change enabled. Okay, yeah, so it's this whole thing. For here. Thanks for the follow, bud. Thanks for the follow, bud. So this is change. Well, not. Let's make it imperative. Set choices visible. And it's not channel, it's key, and then checked. So this takes two things. So it's a key and visible. So stage. Hold on. Yeah, so we're going to replace one state, right? So it's going to be an object. Hey, good night, too, bud. See ya. Have a good night. Actually, don't I want a filter? How did I do this before? When things changed. Did I do it with omit? Yeah, I did omit and then add a new one. That's what I did. I guess I'll do the same thing. So take the original one without the key and then make a new one, right? So that's key. The same thing, yeah. And that, visible is visible. And then the choices are unchanged, so it's, right, I'm gonna wanna extract it out, I think. Yeah, the way this one worked. So existing state is dialog components states find hold on. How did this work? Find doesn't work. Yeah, it won't work this way. Yeah, I don't need to do that. What am I doing? It should just index by the key. So I don't need to do that. I can just do this like that. .c. Actually, then I can just do it this way. There we go. Don't need that. Yeah, you can't do find in an object. It doesn't make sense either. You just do index. Should I test this, make sure all this stuff works so far? So I should be able, yeah, so that's on. If I turn it, let's watch the Redux state. which means I'll probably want to move away from all these other entities so I don't get spammed. All right, and then if I click that, what does it do? Right, it just turned the visibility to true. It resorted it though. Oh. There's no sorting by object keys, so I should probably do the sorting myself. Um, Can I use Lodash for that? Because the array prototype probably doesn't have a sort that returns a new array, does it? Because sort just mutates it, right? Yeah, and so I don't want that. I want like one that returns a new array. But there's a Lodash, right? What version of Lodash am I on? I think I'm on 4. How would I check? I would check by going to my package JSON, looking for I'm on 4. Okay, great. So how does this work? I just hit enable. Great. Okay, sort by. That's actually what I want, isn't it? It can be an object or an array. Cool. I missed some chat. That fella said, you guess you need to iterate through state rows where you're trying to print it? Yeah. Do you need to see if that exists or those keys always exist? They should always exist because I do this check up here. If we get down to if it actually called this, that means it had to have existed. So it would have found an entry, right? Oh, you mean like if the visibility that I don't need to worry about because the game will guarantee that that key will always exist. Those keys are always going to exist, so we're fine. What doesn't work? That fella? Oh, yeah, reinstall Windows if find doesn't work. Yeah. You'll have to get a new computer. You have to go get a new computer. The old computer's not going to work anymore. Okay. I kind of got lost here. Oh, I was going to sort it. That's right. Okay. Sort by. There's the collection. And then the iteries to sort by. So I can just have it sort by the, yeah, by a lambda here. State. State dot, hold on. What does it return? It's a whole object. What if I want the key? Yeah, what if it's an object? What are the iteries? Iteries are invoked with one argument, value. So what if I want the key? I guess I can just get the keys first and then index again. So it would be keys. Let's do that. And then this would be key. So I would have to get the dialog components s key dot. Let's try that. State is not defined on 70. Okay, because of this, yeah. And now it's sorted. Cool. Oh, let's print out something default there. Key length is greater than 0. Otherwise, default. This should be a string. Okay. Getting there. Can I add a new state? X, Y, Z. It worked. Can I delete? Delete works. Can I add with a new choice? Nice. All right, and so then now I need to make them selectable. I made zone selectable. Just need to look and see what I did for that. Zone list rows. Aha. So I need to introduce another variable like selected state. So this is key equals selected game, selected state, I guess. State admin selected game dialog state. Okay. I feel that there are more actions and reducers in my future. Entity. This ought to be, yeah, null. And while I'm at it, let me add the choice too. And that will be an index, right? Well, it can be null. It's just going to select the first one by default. 0. Let's preemptively add the actions I want. Select game dialog choice and state. Select game dialog. Oh, here we go. Just copy that. Choice. Dialog choice. Choice. And state. So then I should initialize these up here to whenever we select a new game dialog to pick nothing. Zero. Maybe I should just have it pick the default choice by default. State empty string. I'll not use Redux's hooks, use the special use selector, because I don't know about them. Something I need to learn, I guess. Add it to my list. Answer for now, I don't know about them. Scroll back a bit. Uh-oh. Who's wounded? The police are here? You haven't said anything about the golem lately? You killed him, just an FYI. How did you kill the golem? Oh wow, I missed a lot of chat. Hey there, Krasner. Mernin. I don't have a Mernin shortcut yet. Oh, thank you, Krasner. You're the 4th person to comment about my haircut. The first one got 5 points for being the first. And welcome back, Skizzers. Been a while. It's been a couple hours. You chopped off the golem's head? No, the golem's still here. By your command, he's still here. What am I coding, Wendell Reyes? I am coding this game. Oh, we already linked to it. Yeah, sorry, I was super focused on my work. So this game, you can play it now. There's no one playing it. It's a work in progress, and it's modeled after games such as the Ultima series. Oh, someone left a sword here. There's not much game content yet because I'm still working on the mechanics. So lately I've been working on the dialogue system. So, for example, where did I put it? Here it is. This is my test environment. So an example dialogue might be, a simple one might be a sign. If you move onto the sign, it says what the sign says. Another more complicated example would be, here's Bob. I can talk to Bob and I can ask him his name and his job, guard, and I can say goodbye. And I'm working on a tool today to be able to edit that. So I'm just working on the states, and then I get to the choices and events. When I'm done, I should be able to create and navigate through and edit the dialogue of any NPC in the game or any sign in the game, that kind of thing. More than one sword? Really? Someone been stacking swords there? No, it's just one sword there. Are you talking about over here on the armory? Whoa. The game lagged there a bit. Huh. I don't usually get lag from the game, from where I am. Oh, there are a bunch of swords here. Huh. Not anymore! I've destroyed all but one sword in that spot. Skizzer's just wandering around somewhere in the game. I could delete him. I won't do that. What was I doing? Oh, I should check to see if there are any new accounts made recently. I don't think so. Nope. All right. Back to work. Yeah, so feel free to stop me and ask any questions you might have. I have lots of commands for frequently asked questions and stuff. But yeah, I'm working on this user interface bit here. So this is the dialogue for Bob, who we were talking to before. And I want to be able to like click a state and have it show the choices that can be made in that state. And then clicking on a choice, I want to show like what events happen when you pick that choice. That's what I'm working towards today. Right, so that will get me the selected choice and state. So I might as well just add here selected choice. Oops. Cursor there and there, please. Thank you. Choice. All right. And then pull that in as a prop. And need to make it selectable. So that's if it's selected. And then selectable is to add a class to the whole thing, right? Selectable rows. This whole thing. To the table. Okay, I already have something in there, so I just need to add selectable rows to it. All right, let's see what that did. Okay, they're selectable now. Clicking isn't doing anything though, because I need to make the rows have, the on-click has to do something. Yeah, this stuff. Here we go. On select state. Key. That should be a prop, shouldn't it? Because that has to go to Redux state, so unselect state. That's key, I guess? Select game dialog state. Key. While we're at it, let's add on select choice. And this is choice, choice, choice. And then I need actions for those, so actions. Oh, I already did have them. Oh, Cthulhu. You're now a subscriber. Thank you very much for your support. Now you have access to all those cool emotes. Like these ones. All 3 of my wonderful emotes. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so they already work connected, right? So this should just work? Oh, will it work? It didn't work. Okay, let's move away from here. And then look at the Redux state when I click something. Select dialog. Okay. Oh, is it not being reduced? I think I forgot that part. Select game. I know I did do that. Oh, it's state, not key. Okay, so there. Cool. All right, it's selected. It's selectable. Now I need to fill in the choices, so that's another table. Kind of like the states. So hold on. Right, so it's a div placeholder right now. So now it's a form. And it has to happen on submit for adding a new choice. Add choice. And then it has choices, and here's the table of choices. I actually put that in the right format. Okay, so game dialog choices. Do I even need CSS for that? I don't think I do. I think I just remove that for now. Just clutter. Okay, it's selectable again. And it has, what do we have for choices? We have the key again. Forgot to shut down the bot today. What happens when you don't shut down the bot? Does it just take up compute time somewhere? Oh wow, it's past 4 hours. I'll keep going. Try to get this done. They charge you. You're not on the free plan anymore. That sucks. I hope that's a yay that I'm going to continue streaming. Okay. I'll need to have. Well, actually, I'm only gonna. I only wanted to. I don't want to put that in there yet. Yeah, I only want the destination state and the key for now. So key to state or next state, and this will be choice rows. And so this is choice key. Choice key. So I need a new choice key. Oops. You leave it on 24/7. It comes up to $10. What, a day? A year? A month? Okay, see you, Rally Monkey. See you tomorrow. Yeah, $10. $10 over what time period? A day, month, week, year? I don't know. Does it? Okay, so $10 a month. That's not too bad. I wonder how much my game is going to cost me once it comes off the free plan. Maybe about 10 bucks also. Is that just like one EC2 instance? Costs about $10 a month? Yeah, I'll probably make these into separate components later. $6, okay. I guess you could reapply with a different email. Eh. I don't know. I'm too honest to do that. Choice rows. Okay, so this is actually a lot of different things have to be true here, right? So and dialog component s with selected choice, selected state. And if that's undefined, it doesn't matter, right? Or does it? I guess we can just do that. Sort by the choices. Keys are the choice keys. And then this is key again. Selected choice. On select choice, there's a default choice, yes. And then there's no checkbox. It was just why is this hard for me today? It's just one of these. Do I need an ID? Why did I have an ID down here? Oh, because I had a label. Okay, no ID. Type text size is wait, what did why am I copying this? Doesn't the state thing, couldn't I change the name of a state? Oh, I didn't. I didn't make it changeable. I need to fix that. Okay, I don't have that yet. I guess I can just copy it for now. I already had the key. Yeah, so I can just right now, for now, I can just do it this way. It's gonna be this key. And then delete for now. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to make them editable later. And then I need add choice. Right, so it's not new state key. In fact, I have to do the omit thing, don't I? Yeah, this thing. And instead of key there, it's selected state. And here for this, it's like this embedded in there. And then here it's if the new new choice key. Yeah, new choice key. Okay. And what's the default choice? I guess it's just empty requirements. The S is the new choice next state, which I don't have yet, right? And then the empty events list. Set new choice key and choice next state. New choice next state instead of key. All right. I think I left that out. Oh yeah, it was a checkbox. It should be an input. Choice next state. Input size. Wait, what happened to this one? I don't know. Yeah. Anyway. New choice next state. All right. Gosh, this is complicated. Okay, does delete work? I don't think delete works. Oh, because it's state. Yeah, delete choice. I don't have one yet. That's why it won't work. So delete choice. It's going to be a lot like the add choice, isn't it? So kind of like, we'll start it off with that. Only it gets down to here and it's going to just do an omit, right? Very important. There's a typo in the choice input key size. The OI is backwards. Oh, really? So it would be CHIO. Ah. Interesting. Thank you, Toulouse. Thanks for the follows. Nuru King, thank you for the follow. Uh-oh. Oh, up here, that's why. I'm not done yet. Yeah, this gets really complicated because it's like remove the old state, make a new state built off of the old state, but with choices where we omit the, from the choices, the key. And that's it, right? Actually, that's not so hard. And then get rid of this. There we go. Nested stuff. All right. We got to another invariant thing. Let's see what it is. Hold on, what? Game dialog 157. Right, this was an object. And so what did I want to print out here? This is the choice rows. Oh, yeah. It's from there, it's the, what is it? The S entry. Definitely I'm going to want to refactor this to making components to make it a lot less complex. There we go. Yeah, scroll works. So there we go. I can see the different choices in the different states, and then so I can't edit these yet. And it's even going to get more complicated because it's going to be yet another row. Maybe I should stop and refactor it a bit before I add the events thing. And then, actually, I should probably just finish this tomorrow, right? So what do I have yet to do? I want to make the keys editable. I want to make the keys and next state editable here. And I want to add the events similar to the states and the choices. So if you pick a choice, it should pick an event. Heck, what happens if I go to here and back? Oh, it doesn't reset. It should reset the default choice every time you change the state. So I need to do that. I guess I can test add. No, I tested add before, right? Add works. And does add work for within? Let's just add a new conversation thing. Hello. Conversation. I should make this a drop down too. Okay, that worked. And delete it. Yep, that works. So I want to make this a drop down instead of an entry. And then I need to do the whole events thing. So the next state value is going to be an input or a drop down. I probably want to make them drop downs. Yeah. So and also I think it should default that it just stays in the same state because most choices I think will just go to the same state. And if you want it not to go to the same state, you just pick a different one. Yeah, there's the stream delay. You're a little bit delayed from me, right? Anyway, I think, well, I don't like that it's not smart enough to distribute the space to the field that needs it. Not sure what to do about that. I guess it's fine. It'll end up using half and half, right? I guess I'll end up having a lot more choices than states, so maybe I'll do it 2 to 1 or something. I don't know. Yeah, okay, let's just check this in the way it is, and then I'll take a break and work on this more tomorrow. Sorry if this wasn't the most entertaining stream, but user interfaces they're hard to do, but once I get it working, I'll have a more pleasant time adding and editing dialogues in the game. This is all work in progress, building up the work in progress. Build up the dialogue editor panel. So show dialogue states and choices. Allow selecting dialogue states and choices. Allow adding states and choices. How about we just group these together? Show and allow add, update, remove of dialog states and choices. There we go. Hey there, Trite. Taking a break, unacceptable. I'm tired, man. Gotta take a break, gotta go eat something. Okay, I should probably say that put everything in game dialog just for now, even though it's really complicated and should be refactored to split it into separate components. I'll do that later. Okay, git gc git push, and we're done for the day. Stretch. Okay. What's playing with scissors doing with my swords? What is this? You're just putting them all. You're gonna fill up the world with swords again? Oh, there's two of them there. Oh no, that's me. I'm sitting on there. There. That was my camera, not a sword. Should I do what I did the other day, make one sword like indestructible? I'll just pick this one by random choice. There, that sword is now indestructible. In fact, we'll call it the Sword of Giant Slaying. +2. +3. There we go. Playing with scissors is going to pick it up now. I have to remember it's entity 8237. Any tips on how to master Git? Just use it enough and you'll get better as you use it. I think you picked up the wrong one playing. Oh no, he did pick up the right one. 8237, I gotta remember that. Guess I'll look at my VOD. You have the sword that won't wear out until you get a lot. What's that? Oh, there's a book on Pro. That's the Pro Git book. Yeah, it's a pretty good book. That's also taken from a website, right? Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, you saw Nui filling up the world with swords, right? Yeah, so if we look at playing with scissors now, he has 8237 in his inventory. So he's got an indestructible sword of giant slaying. All right, enough fun. I'm losing my voice anyway. Let's go raid someone. Oh, Tim was here earlier. Maybe we should go raid him. What's Tim working on today? Building tools, planning games, making things. Go say hi to Tim. So I hope everyone had a great day today, and we'll have an awesome rest of your day. I'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific, and I'm gonna go raid Tim right now. He was in here before. He has his own game engine in C++, and he's working on some new game ideas. So, thank you for the follows. Nobo Dad, thank you for the follow. Everybody have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. 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 Bye.